Senate will come to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt,
How you doing?
Senator Boyd, Senator Branning, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson,
Here.
Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCon, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Rhodes, Senator Robinson, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Would the senators and the guests in the gallery please rise for this morning's invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. The prayer this morning will be led by Dr. Linder Housey, the senior pastor at Temple of Praise Ministries in Cleveland, a guest of Sarita Simmons, and she will give us our Pledge of Allegiance following the invocation. Pastor.
Good morning. Grace and peace to each of you. First, I must say I celebrate life, because each day that I wake up, I celebrate that it's just one more day that the Lord has blessed us. And I want to recognize my Senator Sarita Simmons, and my brother, Senator Rod Hidman. I want to thank each of you for allowing me to come and to pray during this Holy Week as we remember the death of our Savior, and pray during this critical time in history for our country and for our state. Let us pray. Dear gracious and sovereign God, before you we ask you to bless us. We want to say thank you for life. Thank you for this moment, for allowing us just to assemble this morning. This morning I come and I ask that you will bless our state, our nation. We ask that you will guide our country, our state, our leaders by your love, by your peace, and by your mercy. For your words say that if we lack of wisdom, we can ask of you. So this morning, each one of our leaders that are in this place, we ask that you will guide them, and that you will give them wisdom, and that you will give them knowledge, and you will give them understanding. We are at a critical point in our history of our nation. And God, we ask that you will be with us, and that you will lead us, and that you will direct us. We pray for protection over each one of our senators as they serve our community, as they serve our great state. And God, we ask that you will bless us like only you can do. Help us like only you can help us. Lead us like only you can lead us. And when you do that, we will be careful to give your name the praises and the honor is already thine. It is in Jesus' name, amen and amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Let's get back real quick. Thank you, Pastor Housey. Now to the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move this dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Messages and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee report. Senator Polk, you are recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves for dispensing with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Next is the reading of the titles and bills and resolutions. I recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Are there any introductions of guests by senators this morning? Senator Johnson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Near the smokers table, we have the doctor of the day. He's a good friend of mine from Hattiesburg and a pediatric doctor. His name is John Godet. And with him are two first-year medical students from William Carey University. We have Sarah Berry and Steve Coe. Please help make them feel welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Godet and students. Hope you enjoy your day here. Senator Hickman, you are recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two introductions. Look like one of them have escaped the building, but earlier with our pastor today was Pastor Markel Williams, who's a good friend of mine, so we wanted to make him feel welcome. But also joining us in the West Gallery, we have some very special people. We have recovering State Representative Sonia William Barnes, and then we have with her the Regional Director of SPLC. I just know her as Shay. And so if you guys would both please stand and let the Senate make you feel welcome this morning.
Welcome back to the Capitol, Representative and guests. Senator Berry, you're recognized for an introduction.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'd like to call attention to the South Gallery, my friend, Mr. Mike McCormick, the president of the Mississippi Farm Bureau Federation.
We'll have to get your directions challenged here, Senator Berry. I think that's the North Gallery, but we'll work on that. But good to have good to have Mike McCormick here with us today. Thank you. Other introductions, senators. Seeing none at this time, I'm going to call on Senator Norwood. You have an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning we have with the Minister of the Day, a good friend and former superintendent of Jackson Public Schools, Dr. Lonnie Edwards. He's over here at the smokers table. If we stand and let the Senate make him feel welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Good to see you. Other introductions. Seeing none, Senator Frazier, you are recognized for a special introduction this morning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request full privileges and presentation of Senate Resolution number 60 for the Raymond High School Rangers, and also for Mr. Eric Payman Jr., the Gatorade Player of the Year, who will be going to Hill State.
Any objection to floor privileges as requested by Senator Frazier? Seeing none, Mr. Sergeant at Arms, please lead our guest into the chamber. All right, I think we have everybody in. Senator Frazier, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have the privilege this morning of recognizing the #1 high school team in the state of Mississippi, the Raymond High School Rangers. They not only finished at the top of the Class 4 classification in high school, but they also finished at the top team, capturing #1 ranking in the state in all polls. This is the second time in the last 3 seasons that Raymond Rangers has finished unanimous #1 team in the state. The Rangers, they have a winning attitude, a winning tradition, and they're coached by Coach Tatlock. Coach Tatlock is a fine coach, a Christian gentleman, and he has a way of growing a team and making them very successful. In fact, he's probably the most successful coach in Central Mississippi, and we appreciate him for that, and also instilling character and values into his team members. So we appreciate him for that. And also we have the #1 high school player in the state of Mississippi with us this morning, who's a member of that team. You don't often see that, but he's the #1 from Raymond, Mississippi, in the person of Eric Payman Jr. He's Gatorade Player of the Year and one of the top recruits around the country. But he decided to keep his talent in the state of Mississippi. So he will be going to Mississippi State University in the fall. So please recognize them for their accomplishments. So at this time, I request that the title be read.
Thank you, Senator Frazier. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 60, a resolution commending and congratulating the Raymond High School Rangers boys basketball team and head coach Tony Tatlock for winning their second Class 4A state championship title in the last 3 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Raymond High School Rangers boys basketball team and head coach Tony Tatlock for winning their second Class 4A state championship title in the last 3 years, and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Tony Tatlock and Raymond Principal Charles Willis for the team, forwarded to the Hinds County Board of Education, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
I request that you would recognize Coach Tatlock for a few words of encouragement.
Thank you, Senator Frazier. Coach Tatlock, you are recognized to address the Mississippi State Senate.
Good morning, and thank you for having us here today. Of course, I appreciate Senator Frazier for making this possible, Representative Stephanie Foster for making this possible. I know before you see a lot of good-looking young men with bow ties on, nice shirts, slacks, but what you don't see is how this group right here is the epitome of what Raymond High School is about. They're about character, they're about dedication and doing things the right way. This group leads our school every single day. When you see one walking down the hall, you see 20 walking down the hall. They don't stay in school detention, they stay in class and they do what they're supposed to do. We have 6 seniors on this team that will or have signed a full ride to college to play basketball, which is impressive, but the biggest thing that I take from that, that's 6 guys that will not have to pay for anything out of their own pocket. We stand for excellence. Our culture speaks for itself. We play for 8 straight state championships. But the biggest thing that makes me proud about that, we send our kids to college, and we want them to be successful young men when they leave. I know Senator Frazier talked about one particular individual, Mr. Eric Payman, who was Mr. 4A, the Gatorade Player of the Year, and of course the Max Preps Player of the Year. One thing about that young man, he's very coachable, he's very humble. But one thing he'll tell you, without his teammates, he's nothing. And I tell people all the time, he's a special young man to coach, because the individual conversations we have, he always talks about his teammates before he talks about himself. And that's one thing that, #1 players in the state normally don't come with that about them. They normally come with a lot of selfishness, and with him, I am proud to say that I am his coach. But back to this team, they're a special group. We started out 0-2 this year. We could have quit, we could have gave up. We finished the year 31-4, the most wins in the state of Mississippi by a public school. Again, I know you see a bunch of young men that look good today, but I can assure you this is how they look all the time. I'm proud to be their coach, and I'm thankful to be here. Thank you.
Coach, congratulations. And Eric, Raymond's gain was Vicksburg's loss. Your dad over here, I see on the side. I've known your dad for a long time, and over there, raise your hand, Eric, the big Eric over there, an old friend of mine, and I'm happy for Raymond and excited that y'all did so well. And best of luck to all you young men for your futures and your college careers and everything else you're going to do. So thank you for being here this morning. And Senator Frazier, anything else that you want to add?
Yes, the proclamation for Eric Payman Jr. I get it, Player of the Year.
You'd like that read, please, Senator Frazier?
The title, please.
Yes, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Lieutenant Governor C. Delbert Hoseman Jr. is President of the Senate, and Senator Hillman T. Frazier extended congratulations of the Mississippi Senate to Eric Payman Jr., Raymond High School senior forward, upon being named Gatorade Mississippi Boys Basketball Player of the Year for the 2023-2024 season. Now, therefore, Lieutenant Governor C. Delbert Hoseman Jr., as President of the Senate, and Senator Hillman T. Frazier do hereby extend the congratulations of the Mississippi Senate to Raymond High School senior forward Eric Payman Jr. upon being named Gatorade Mississippi Boys Basketball Player of the Year for the 2023-2024 season. Signed this 28th day of March 2024, Lieutenant Governor C. Delbert Hoseman Jr., Senator Hillman T. Frazier.
Please recognize this scholar athlete for a few words, and he's keeping his talent in the state.
Eric, please address the Mississippi State Senate, young man.
First and foremost, I want to thank God for allowing me to be in this position, and I want to thank my coach and my family and my teammates, because without them, I wouldn't be here today. And just thank you for this award. I'm very appreciative.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Frazier. Yes, thank you. All right, Senator Kirby, you are now recognized for a couple of special introductions this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we are honored today. But before I get into all this, I'd like permission for floor privileges for Connor Griffin and his family, please.
Any objection to floor privileges as have been requested? Seeing none, Mr. Sergeant at Arms, please escort our guest into the chamber.
Okay. Good job. Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it's hard to top the #1 basketball team in the state and the #1 basketball player in the state. But how about I bring you the #1 high school baseball player in the nation, not the state. So I'll have to tell Senator Frazier we topped him today. So, but anyway, I am very honored to have Connor come here today and take time off from school, have his parents and his grandparents here as well. You know, when someone becomes an elite athlete that's known not just in this country but other countries as well, it doesn't just happen. It takes a lot of hard work, dedication, it takes great coaching, wonderful parents, grandparents, and family support, and he has that. I've had many resolutions in my years here in the Senate. Only one time have I honored an individual. I've got two today that I'm honoring, but this one is exceptional. And I can't even begin to tell you, if you haven't seen Connor play baseball at Jackson Prep, you need to go see him. The young man can play. And like I say, it didn't come easily. He's worked very hard to get where he is. There are exceptions in every sport. Some people just made for the sport. Obviously he is, but I want to tell you he's a heck of an athlete all around. When we read the resolution here in a minute, I think you will see some of the things that he's accomplished, and I can add many more to it. Mr. President, I ask that the resolution be read at this time.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title to the resolution.
Senate Resolution Number 51, a resolution recognizing the outstanding high school All-American career of Jackson Prep's multi-position senior baseball star player, Connor Griffin. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby recognize the outstanding high school All-American career of Jackson Prep's multi-position senior baseball star player, Connor Griffin, and extend the best wishes of the Mississippi Senate to Connor and his family and his coaches as he embarks on the next phase of his baseball career. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Connor Griffin and his family, forwarded to Brent Heavener, Jackson Prep head baseball coach, and Jay Powell, Jackson Prep assistant head baseball coach, the Board of Trustees of Jackson Prep, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
I think in the resolution it had two things that I thought were very important. One of them were two quotes, actually. One by Coach Jay Powell that many of you cowbell ringers back there may have heard of, since he pitched for Mississippi State at one time and then won the World Series for the Atlanta Braves. And Jay Powell is one of his coaches. And Jay Powell's quote was, let's see, Connor Griffin is the best athlete I've ever been around, and I've been around a few, and he named some, but I'll name two of them that you're very familiar with, that he played with, that he's saying that Connor Griffin's a better athlete. Chipper Jones, Alex Rodriguez. That tells you the caliber of player that we have. So I thought that was very impressive, but also Coach Heavener, Coach Heavener's the head baseball coach, and a great coach. Obviously, what he won 6 or 7 in a row state championships. So and I think he's only been there 6 or 7 years. So obviously, he's a great coach. Of course, it helps when you have great talent as well. But Coach Heavener quoted as saying, "He's a special young man, and one that I would say that even no, I'm sorry. He said I would say that even if he didn't play baseball, he's a great leader." Now, this is a young man that's humble. This is a good student. This is a man that we see every Sunday in church. This is a yes sir, no sir type young man that's humble, and I really appreciate that, and I give total credit to that, to his family, not to him, because he was raised the way a child should be raised. So if there's, first, Mr. President, I would like, if possible, if you, with your permission, to have Connor say a few words, which is unusual for him because he doesn't talk a lot. He speaks on the field and does a good job of that. So, permission for him to speak, Mr. President.
Yes, sir, Senator. Connor, you are recognized to address the Mississippi State Senate.
First, I just want to say thank you to Senator Kirby for having me here today. And it's such an honor to be here in front of so many people, and it takes a lot of hard work and sacrifice to get to where you're at, but none of it could have happened without my mom and dad, my brothers, and then my grandparents as well. They're just always here supporting me and always there for me. So and same for Coach Heavener, Coach Powell, and the rest of my teammates at Jackson Prep. I wouldn't be the player that I am without them, making me a better player every single day. So I just want to say thank y'all to everybody for having me. I'm just trying to represent Mississippi the best way I can. And I just want to give all the glory to God and just super thankful, once again for everybody being here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to emphasize what one thing about Connor is not only is a humble person, as you can tell, he's a great leader. And the fact that I've noticed over the years watching him play that all the others look up to him, even when he was a ninth grader. I remember Ford, my grandson that played with him, told me, he said, Dad, granddad, we got this great ninth grader coming up. And I said, let me tell you about that. I said, I've been there. I've seen what ninth graders do with seniors with beards. When you have a senior that's all big, hairy, strong senior boy pitching in the 90s, it's not like playing 8th grade or junior high baseball. Well, I think he had a home run first time up. But anyway, he obviously is made for this sport, and the sport's made for him. So thank you very much. I appreciate your attention. At this time, I'd like to present you with, if I can get it apart. There it is. Here we go. I want mom and dad and grandparents in the picture too, if you can.
Connor, congratulations on all your great accomplishments. And if you don't go pro, and if you happen to go to LSU, the transfer portal is wide open. We'll take you back to Mississippi, okay? All right. Congrats.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you very much.
Very well.
I really do.
Good to have you. I appreciate it.
See you soon. I'll come out there.
Senator Kirby, you'll have to get us a schedule for Jackson Prep here for the rest of the season. If we can sneak out there one afternoon and go watch them play, that'd be fun to do.
The young man can play.
All right, Senator, you are recognized for another special introduction.
Well, I have another number one as an individual, one that we all, or most all of us, have met or know personally. I'd like floor privileges, if I may, for United States Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith.
Well, I don't think she even needs floor privileges, but nevertheless, for her family and other folks with her, does anyone have any objection to floor privileges for our U.S. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith and her guest and husband? Seeing none, Mr. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort our guests onto the floor.
You know, Mr. President, I was speaking to, I started to say Cindy, that's not proper, Senator Hyde-Smith earlier today. I said, you're probably the only person in this building that can walk anywhere they want to because of her past experience. Here in the Senate. I said, but you can go anywhere you want to in the state capitol or the United States Capitol. I don't know anyone else that can do that. So that's quite an honor for her. I'm telling you, she, gosh, I don't even know how to introduce her. So let's just go ahead and read the resolution first, if that's okay, and then I'll make a few comments.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Resolution number 509, a concurrent resolution extending the recognition of the Mississippi Legislature to United States Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith as the first woman elected to represent the state of Mississippi in Washington, D.C. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the state of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby extend the recognition of the Mississippi Legislature to United States Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith as the first woman elected to represent the state of Mississippi in Washington, D.C., and offer our congratulations on this auspicious event. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to United States Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith, forwarded to the United States Senate, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, again, it is an honor for me today to have our state senator, now United States Senator, back in this chamber. You know, serving with Cindy for 12 years, I believe you were in the state Senate before becoming agricultural commissioner, and then the United States Senator was a real privilege for me and for the other senators. You know, I say to this day that she has the best laugh of anyone I've ever heard. Every time you hear her laugh, you've got to laugh with her. She's just outstanding with her laugh. But anyway, Cindy was the type person in the Senate, for those that didn't serve with her, I'm sorry that you didn't have that honor, but she was the type person that could be sweet and nice and sweet as candy and smelled like a rose, and just everybody liked her and that type deal. And let me tell you what, when she got mad at you, I started to use the word rattlesnake, but I decided not to do that. But she truly was a tiger at the podium and in committees, and she did her job and she did it well, and that's why she is where she is today, and doing the same there. As those of you that keep up with her have seen that she can be a tiger as well. In Washington. It's indeed an honor for me to have her here today as a friend and as a colleague and as a person I have utmost respect for. So, Mr. President, I'd like to yield the podium to Senator Hyde-Smith at this time, with your permission.
We will certainly yield the podium to a dear old friend who happened to sit in the seat where I now sit and who happens to have a stapler still on that desk with her name on it. We talk about it every time we see her, but it's great to have an old friend back in the chamber. And U.S. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith, you are recognized to address the Mississippi State Senate.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I've been looking for that stapler. Now I know where it is. But thank you, Mr. President, and all the members of this Senate. This brings back such good memories of being here. It really does. I think most of the members that have left will tell you quickly how much we miss the state Senate. And I can't thank you enough for this resolution, for the recognition that you are doing today. I am very, very honored by that. I've got my amazing husband with me, Michael Smith, that has been with me every step of this political endeavor that we started off on in 1999. He has really stuck with me, and you got to have your family with you. You know, all of you already know that. I've got my staff with me today over there. We know who does the heavy lifting in this building and in most congressional buildings and most government offices. The staff is the one that does the heavy lifting. And Janet Trotter was that person for me here in the Senate. We started out together, and I took her with me to the Department of Agriculture, and you know, the friends of Kendra and Missy and Pat and Johnny Butler, we still stay connected. And I love the social media that you get to see these people, their children grow up, and then you get to see them become grandparents. And I have Doug Davis with me, my chief of staff, that, boy, if you don't think we can tell some stories, you just stick around. We can tell some stories of this place. You know, when I came here, I remember walking on the floor for the first time and the feeling that was. And everybody was so surprised that I had a 10-month-old baby because I was so old. And I walked on with that 10-month-old baby, and they were very surprised about that. And that baby is now in vet school at Mississippi State. But even when she was really small and I was sitting right here, I would put her in the carry-all under my desk at times, and I'd rock her with my foot in that carry-all. And I remember when she got to be a toddler stage, she escaped, And I'm busy looking on the laptop, and I look up, and Lieutenant Governor Amy Tuck is holding her. But I did get to keep my chairmanship after that. But, I just felt like that I was everybody's mother. I'd look at Mike Cheney, and I'd say, you need a haircut. And I remember counseling Michael Watson and said, you better marry Lauren. You better not let that girl get away from you. It was just so many things. We went through an 83-day special session here on tort reform. I mean, they just said, bring enough clothes for 2 or 3 days. 83-day special session on tort reform. I've been in the back of ambulances with members who had to be taken to UMC. One of them looked at me and said, oh, don't call my wife. I said, oh, yeah, bud, we're calling your wife. Before we get there, we're calling your wife. I saw a heck of a fist fight right there beside the smoker's table one time. And I have escorted physicians over to the smoker's table back in the day. And one time we were here on Easter, and everybody was so embarrassed that they didn't ask a pastor to come open us up in prayer because it was Easter Sunday. And I'd introduced resolutions that we didn't convene on Easter and all this stuff. Well, they made the mistake of asking me to open us up in prayer on Easter Sunday. I started out by asking God to forgive us for even being here on Easter Sunday. And by the time I got through, there was no one looking down. They were all looking up, but they never asked me to open us up in prayer again on Easter Sunday. Alan Nunnally was such a friend of mine. And we served here together, and he went on to Congress. And he would say, Cindy, it's so good to get back home to normal people. And boy, can I relate to that, to get back home to normal people. But to walk on the Senate floor of the United States Capitol is such an honor. But the biggest part of that is the honor to represent Mississippi. The people of this state. That's where the honor comes in, is I get to represent you at the U.S. Capitol. You learn through the years that you've got to stay true to your values. That's what you learn. I've always said that I just want to be in the center of God's will. Is where I want to be. But to be there on the floor, just like it is here, it's a tremendous responsibility too. Sometimes you're the only stopping point of preventing pure, derogatory, harmful, and dangerous influences from entering the arena. But I will gladly stand in that gap for you. For those of you who supported the resolution, I thank you on behalf of all the women and the little girls that appreciates the fact that the majority of this Senate still supports and respects the accomplishments of women. Thank you for having me today.
Mr. President, also, as a lot of you served with Doug Davis, she was wise enough to work with Doug and realize his abilities, and he's our chief of staff. And Doug was our appropriations chairman. She reminded me of that after Alan left to go to Congress, and he did a wonderful job. And Doug, we appreciate you and all that you do for our senator as well. Mr. President, I can't say anything else good. Everything's been good so far, and I don't want to mess it up. So at this time, we'd like to thank all of you for recognizing, and you'll see on the resolution I'm going to present that we have all of the senators have signed on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Kirby, and thank you, Senator Hyde-Smith and Michael and old friend Doug Davis. Great to see you, pal. Always good to have you all back in Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kirby. At this time, I'm going to recognize Senator Polk for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess for 5 minutes.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate will stand in recess 5 minutes.
Senate come to order. Senate come back to order, please. Okay, we're going to the calendar. So moving to the calendar today, first rules, Senator Michelle.
I ask that we pass items 1 through 9 on the rules calendar, that they retain their place in the calendar, please.
Items 1 through 9 pass and retain their place on the calendar. Motion to reconsider number 10. Number 10, Senator, pass and retain. 11, Senator Hodson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 11, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3163, appropriation additional DFA administration ARPA funds.
I move that we table the motion to reconsider.
The motion is to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion table.
Okay.
Concurrence, non-concurrence calendar. Senator Barr, number 12, pass and retain. 13, pass and retain. Oh, no, we're going to have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Parks.
I ask that Senate Bill 2248 be called up and the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2248, City of Amory, reenact and extend repeal on hotel, motel, and restaurant tourism tax and authorize election for additional 1%.
Move to concur.
The motion is to concur.
Ask Senator Bryant to recognize Senator Bryant to explain the bill.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a bill we considered earlier, and I think there was some confusion because I may have done an inadequate job of explaining the current situation, but I want everybody to know that right now there is no hotel, motel, restaurant tax in Amory, and there never has been. This amendment simply very clearly says Amory can adopt a hotel, motel, restaurant tax with identical language to the language that's in local and private bills for dozens and dozens of cities all over the state. The only difference in this and anything else is it takes effect from and after passage, and we're trying to get it enacted quickly. There is a desire in Amory to have an election. It's thought that this will provide money to rebuild some athletic facilities that were destroyed during the tornado. That's what the bill does. The Senate's passed it previously. The House amendment corrects some technical errors, but I assure members of the Senate this is verbatim the same thing that dozens of other cities have. I guess I would suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests any questions first. Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting? No. Senator Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Present. Anyone wish to be recorded as present? Seeing none, please record all others by use of morning roll call as voting aye.
Can we get immediate release, please?
Immediate release. Any objection? Seeing none, it's you have immediate release. Granted. Thank you. We'll go to item 14.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2285, Department of Public Safety, bring forward code sections related to officer salaries.
I move that we do not concur but invite conference.
Motion is do not concur but invite conference. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
As we go to item 15, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2468, budget, bring forward code sections related to and provide for transfers.
I move that we do not concur but invite conference.
Senator moves that we do not concur but invite conference. Any questions? All in, well, we need to use the morning roll call. All in favor. That's correct. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
As we go to item 16, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2487, the Law Enforcement Officers and Firefighters Death Benefits Trust Fund, bring forward provision related to.
Move that we do not concur but invite conference.
The motion is to do not concur but invite conference. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Conference invited. Senator.
Thank you. As we skip items 17 through 19, go to item 20 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2848, ARPA programs, revise and bring forward related provisions and provide for determination of unobligated funds by November 1st.
Senator Hobson.
I move that we do not concur but invite conference.
Motion is do not concur, invite conference. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Conference is invited.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Go to the general calendar, item 21. Senator Wiggins, no, Senator, I'm sorry, Fillingham. Pass and retain. So 22, 22, same. 23, pass and retain, all the way to 29, Senator. Pass and retained through item 29. Item 30, Senator Bryan will pass and retain. 31, 32, and 31, 32, we will pass and retain as placed on the calendar. 33, Barnett, we will pass and retain it on the calendar. 34, 35, 36, 37, all the way through 37, pass and retain. Go to item 38, Senator Whaley, pass and retain. Let's see, 39, Senator DeBar. So all the way through to item 42. Thank you. We'll pass and retain 43. But we're going to, I tell you what, we're going to take a break. Senator Pope, before we take a break, you want me to recognize Harkins? Senator Harkins, did you have an announcement?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Apparently, we're going to be on the floor, I guess, at 1:30 is my understanding, so I'll move that we move the Finance Committee meeting to 10 minutes after we recess this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Polk, you recognized.
Mr. President.
Senator Polk? Oh, Senator Hobson, you had an announcement?
Well, question. I've got to announce the Appropriations Committee meeting, so I don't know if we're breaking for long or if we're breaking to 1:30. I need to go ahead and announce appropriations right now.
We are.
So I've got one announcement, one introduction out of order. For the announcement, appropriations will meet in room 216, 10 minutes after recess, and one introduction out of order, if I may, Mr. President.
You're recognized, Senator.
In the North Gallery or the South Gallery to Senator Berry is my father-in-law here from Louisiana, Tom Quaid. I would ask that Tom stand and the Senate make him welcome this morning.
Welcome to your Senate. Senator McCon, you have an announcement?
Thank you, Mr. President. With the change in the schedule for the day, we had a subcommittee meeting scheduled for after my 1 o'clock forestry meeting. That will not meet. Forestry will meet, as we do have nominations with people lined up today. So we will meet for forestry. It will be brief. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Would you read off, please, the change of schedule?
Appropriation will meet 10 minutes after recess in room 216. Forestry will meet at 1 p.m. in room 409. Judiciary Division A Subcommittee, Senator McCon will meet 1:15. Will not meet today. Finance will meet 10 minutes after recess, after we come back in at 1:30 p.m. Elections is scheduled for 2 p.m. Drug policy at 2 p.m. in room 210. Drug policy will meet in room 216 at 2:30 p.m. Ports and Marine Resources in room 409, 2:30 p.m. and Judiciary Division A 216 at 3 p.m.
Okay, seeing no other announcements, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the body stand in recess until 1:30.
Motion is we stand in recess to 1:30. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess. How was that?
I'd like to call the Senate to order. Go to the calendar. We're on 43. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to that item and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1725, Medicaid, seek federal waiver plan to allow Medicaid coverage for persons described in the Federal Affordable Care Act.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee strike-all.
You're recognized for playing committee cycle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before us, we have House Bill 1725, and I just want to go through a few of the sections. It's a rather large bill. But only sections 1 through 4.
Senator, you need to make the usual motion. Sorry,
Mr. President.
That's all right.
Make the usual motion.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have. Please proceed now, Senator. You're good.
Thank you, sir. So anyway, the changes or the additions are in sections 1 through 4. So I'm just going to go through some of the major changes. So in section 1, lines 56 to 82 covers the coverage group. So those are persons 19 to 64 who make less than 100% of the FPL and are either employed for at least 120 hours a month, enrolled as a full-time student, enrolled as a full-time student in workforce training program, enrolled in at least 6 credit hours as a student and working at least 60 hours a month, a parent or guardian that is the primary caregiver of a child under 6, a person who is physically, mentally, or intellectually unable to meet requirements as documented by a medical professional, and the primary caregiver of a disabled child, spouse, or parent, provided that the disabled person qualifies as a disabled individual under the Social Security Act. In lines 83 to 88, a person who voluntarily disenrolls from private or employer-sponsored insurance and is ineligible for coverage for a period of 12 months. Lines 88 to 90, the coverage group shall not include non-United States citizens who are ineligible for Medicaid benefits. Line 90 to 92, the division shall verify eligibility quarterly. Lines 97 to 102, the division shall make forms and application processes as simple as possible. Lines 130 to 138, the funding source for the state match shall be from MCOs or other such organizations. Going over to section 2, lines 166 to 172 creates that assessment of 3% on the total paid capitation for the Medicaid population that's enrolled in the MCO plan. Line 175 to 179, any amount generated from the assessment that is in excess of the amount needed to cover the state matching funds may be utilized to enhance provider reimbursement. In section 3, lines 190 to 207, all parts of this plan shall stand repealed on the date that any of the following happens. CMS rejects the work requirement and or the funding source assessment. CMS withdraws or terminates any waiver that CMS previously issued. If a court nullifies the work requirement or the funding source assessment. That's a brief explanation of the bill. And now let me give you a little bit of the backstory. I know on this particular topic, people have their opinions, and that's certainly fine. The problem is when they espouse those opinions as facts. While these people are certainly entitled to their opinions, they're not entitled to their own facts. Many of the comments we've seen recently on social media are misleading, inaccurate, and designed to be inflammatory. So let me give you a few of my facts, and you can come up with your own opinion. I've been on record as opposing Obamacare Medicaid expansion, and I'm still am. So when the lieutenant governor asked me to work on health care reform, I had a little heartache. I told him I could not support Obamacare expansion and Obamacare expansion bill, nor many of my Republican colleagues. He then engaged me to come up with a plan I could support. After many hours of meetings with the Hospital Association, the Department of Health, Medicaid, the Department of Insurance, and representatives from our managed health plans, we have a bill in front of us that I know I can vote for. This bill is not Obamacare expansion. This bill is a very responsible and conservative bill geared toward helping the working poor. Obamacare is removing individuals off the healthcare exchange who are making between 100 and 138% of the FPL and putting them on the Medicaid rolls. Currently, the federal government subsidizes premiums, deductibles, and co-pays for these individuals based upon their income. They all have to be working in order to be on the exchange. One of the arguments for expanding to Obamacare Medicaid is that we need to help increase our provider pool. By expanding to Obamacare, we could actually be limiting our provider pool. The exchange, which is commercial insurance, compensates providers about 40% higher than Medicaid. The health care benefits as well as provider access are much better for the exchange participants than those in Medicaid. It makes no sense to remove approximately 140 to 150,000 people off the exchange and onto Medicaid with the subsidies currently offered by the federal government. What this bill does do is it helps the working poor who earn between 0 and 100% of the FPL. These are the poorest of the poor who are working or going to school and need a hand up. And that's exactly what this bill does. It's giving a hand up to those who are trying to be successful. And it's not in the form of any cash, big screen TVs, but in the form of an opportunity to see a doctor and not go bankrupt if you get sick. This plan has the potential to be transformative for these individuals. As their incomes increase, it will allow this population to move to the exchange where they can remain there until their income exceeds 400% of the FPL. I've heard over and over legislators saying they don't mind giving people a hand up versus a handout. This bill is a hand up. This bill restores dignity and provides hope for the future of these individuals. Mr. President, I'll yield for questions.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I have a substitute amendment to the strike all amendment.
Please proceed. Please bring it forth. Senator Hickman. Senator Boyd, for what purpose, ma'am? Good. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for question, Senator Blackman.
I'll yield for question.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Blackwell, do you know what the federal poverty level is in Mississippi?
Do I know what it is?
Yes.
Do I know what the average? I mean, I can tell you, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking me. Are you talking about dollar range, income range?
The dollar range, yes.
Yes, sir. I can tell you that. 100% for one individual is just a tad over $15,000. For a family of four, it'd be $31,000.
Right. So if we were to expand Medicaid at 138%, we would be helping folks who earn roughly about $20,000 a year.
Those people are already on the exchange or should be on the exchange.
And how much money does the average person pay on an exchange? Do you know?
No, sir. It depends on their income. There's a sliding scale. Sometimes there's absolutely everything's free. Other times they might have to pay a $5 deductible, or they might have a $15 copay if they go see a specialist.
Okay. And you mentioned that we're going to be requiring folks to work 130 hours a month.
To 120.
It's now down to 120 hours a month, which averages about 30 hours a week, which is about 10 hours higher than what the House is proposing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and what's the rationale for that?
It's a more conservative bill.
Okay, all right, and conservatism also includes helping folks and providing jobs and supporting businesses as well. Don't you agree?
Could you repeat that again?
Conservatism also includes helping folks, helping businesses, helping the economy. Wouldn't you agree?
That might be more under kindness than conservative.
Well, conservatives like to create jobs, do they not?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. I have a couple of amendments at the proper time, Mr. President.
Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Blackwell?
I'll yield for a question.
Yeah, Senator Blackwell, would you explain that last section, summary of 190 to 207 again for me, please?
From 190 to 207?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's all parts of the plan shall stand repealed on the date that any of the following happen. And that's if CMS rejects the work requirement or any of the funding sources, CMS withdraws or terminates any waiver that they've previously issued, or if any court nullifies the work requirement or funding source.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Permission to explain the strike-all. Substitute amendment to the strike-all.
The substitute. You're recognized to explain the substitute, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, the amendment before you is full Medicaid expansion. It's no secret that we are in a healthcare crisis when you have 200,000 Mississippians without healthcare coverage. It's no secret that we are in a healthcare crisis when we have 46,000 children in the state of Mississippi without healthcare coverage. It's no secret that we are in a healthcare crisis when 1 of 6 women of childbearing age is without health insurance in the state of Mississippi. The strike-all before you, or the amendment to the strike-all, will provide the necessary health insurance coverage to all of those Mississippians. When you are in the Mississippi Delta and there's not one NICU in the Mississippi Delta where there is one pediatrician for every 4,000 children in the Mississippi Delta, it's no secret. We are in a healthcare crisis. What can we do? Now is the time. The sponsors of the amendment before you have been pushing to help those individuals in Mississippi for nearly a decade. And this is the opportunity to do it. We are asking you to vote yes on this strike-all amendment. And Mr. President, I ask for a roll call vote.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question on the amendment.
You yield for a question, Senator.
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a question on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Your bill, substitute amendment, how many providers does your bill add that will see Medicaid patients?
How many extra providers?
Yes, sir. How many providers do you mandate to take Medicaid in your amendment?
We're not really focusing on the number of providers. We are looking at those Mississippians who are without health care coverage that we want an opportunity to get the coverage that they so desperately need, Senator Sparks.
All right. The Medicaid program as it exists today and as it was built is for what population of people?
We want to cover those individuals, as you know, that are in that coverage gap.
I'm sorry. I mean, not the coverage gap.
Okay.
What's the program intended for since its inception?
To cover those individuals under the existing program who, based off the rules that we set forth in our Medicaid program. And as you know, since the Affordable Care Act, Senator Sparks, we've had the opportunity in the state of Mississippi to expand our program to cover those Mississippians who work every day, but who cannot actually afford health care coverage.
I understand that, but the program as it was put together, Medicaid originally, not what happened 14 years ago, is for people who are disabled, correct?
That's a part of it.
The aged, correct?
That's a part of it.
And children that under a certain income level, the CHIPS program.
Yes, sir, that's a part of it.
All right. But what's not part of it were able-bodied people, correct?
People who are not covered under the existing Medicaid program. They work every day, Senator Sparks, but they may not have a group health care plan with their employer, or they just don't make enough money, as you all know, in Mississippi to cover private insurance. So those individuals who work every day, pay taxes, state taxes and federal taxes, those are the individuals that we would like to see have access to health care as well.
I understand that, but you're talking about access to health care, and I'm trying to establish the baseline that the Medicaid program is not for able-bodied adults. Is that not true?
I stand with the response I just gave you.
Well, you want to change it, I understand that. I'm saying as it exists today in this state, it's for able-bodied adults.
Yes.
It is not.
It's not.
All right. So my question to you, if we bring 200,000, 300,000 people into Medicaid under your amendment, we're going to pull 140,000 people off of insurance, off of the ACA plan, just up to 138. I'm not sure what the number is up to 150. But my question to you is, let's just say we go to 138. So we add 141,000 new people into the pool that are the disabled, that are the elderly, that are children. If we don't add any providers, will it be harder to see a doctor for those people or easier?
I will answer it this way. I want to put the state of Mississippi in a position to no longer lose $1 billion a year and also no longer leave 9,000 new healthcare jobs annually on the books. So what we want to do is try to expand our existing program to help those individuals, Senator Sparks, who desperately need health care, but also generate $1 billion a year to the state of Mississippi and create new healthcare jobs.
And I understand your projections and your intention, but the question is, if we put 141,000 people plus whatever's between 0 and 99, because 141 represents 100 to 138 of the poverty level right now. So we had 200,000 plus people. You're telling me your amendment has no additional providers? Because we can't do that, can we? We can't make people go do their work product, healthcare providers. We can't make them take Medicaid, can we?
I will hope those Mississippi providers will look at new Mississippians who have access to health care and will want to provide that coverage to them and that treatment to them if they actually have coverage.
Well, the 141,000 people that your amendment would pull off of insurance, off of an ACA plan, and possibly off of other private insurance, because if I happen to make up to 138, but my employer gives me insurance through the work arrangement, you do understand you are skewing the payer mix to current hospitals, because the whole point of profitability is that the payer mix is that insurance reimburses at a higher rate than Medicaid. So if you pull 141,000 people off of a higher reimbursement model, you're changing the payer mix across the state of Mississippi. Is that not accurate?
I understand the question, but I stand behind the fact that we have Mississippians who are not actually getting the preventive care that they need. A lot of our hospitals are dealing with that uncompensated care because these individuals will go to hospitals in emergency situations. We need to do the right thing by our brothers and sisters in this state and provide access to health care. These are working Mississippians. These are mothers. These are women of childbearing age that we need to provide health care coverage to. And I really appreciate the question, Senator Sparks, but this amendment would do that. This amendment will not leave anyone behind, and it's moving us in the right direction, something that we have failed to do regarding access to health coverage for the last 10 years.
And I understand that's your position. I just want to be fair that the numbers are real that you pull out of insurance. And the bill that's before us, going to 99% of the federal poverty level, I think the full intention of that was to keep from removing anyone from insurance because that skews the payer mix in the wrong direction.
That's not my amendment.
I understand. Well, no, I'm saying the bill
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
that you're amending. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Any other questions? Senator Barnett, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator Simmons?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Barnett's recognized.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Senator Simmons, Senator Sparks just asked a series of questions in regards to your amendment. But with his questions, wouldn't you agree that this is the time that we really need to be looking at allowing not only this bill, your amendment to pass, but also looking at having other healthcare professionals in the state of Mississippi, i.e. nurse practitioners?
I agree, Chairman Barnett.
Wouldn't you also agree, Senator, that in your opening statement, you said that Mississippi, that we needed the health care because of our poorest of the poor, correct?
That's right.
I don't know if you kept up with it or not, but being the chairman of corrections, there's an ask out there, millions of dollars this year for health care. If we fully expanded Medicaid, would you agree that there's a savings to the state of Mississippi of about $17 to $18 million a year to the state of Mississippi that we could use for those incarcerated people?
I agree.
Wouldn't you also agree, Senator Simmons, that Senator Blackwell answered the question by Senator Horn that conservatism was about creating jobs? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So with that being said, wouldn't it be conservative also to make sure that we can leverage as much dollars in Mississippi as we possibly could for our taxpayers?
Certainly.
So moving ahead, if we accepted your amendment, there's a possibility of over 5 years that the state of Mississippi would save about $88 to $90 million by allowing the incarcerated, those who are incarcerated in our prison system, to now be on Medicaid.
That's correct.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman Barnett.
Thank you, Senator. Questions? Any further questions on the bill? Senator Carter, you have a question?
Yes,
Senator
Mr.
Carter,
President.
for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
I will, Mr. President.
Now, you know I love you, right?
I do.
What are we going to do if the federal match dries up with the state budget if we expand Medicaid?
Senator Carter, I don't anticipate the federal match will dry up, but certainly we have Mississippians who are in need of health care now, and with your support of this amendment, we can provide them, or we will be on our way to providing them the health care coverage that they need. If the situation, we get to that bridge where the federal match dries up, I'm quite sure this deliberate body will address it at that time.
What is the federal debt right now?
The federal what?
The federal debt.
I don't know, Senator.
Trillions and trillions of dollars. Mississippi doesn't have trillions and trillions of dollars to shore up this if you expand it. I think that this is a bad amendment. It's a bad move. That's my opinion. But as I said, I respect you.
I respect you too, Senator Carter. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackwell, you recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask the body to vote no on this. This is nothing more than basically the House plan, which was full expansion. I do want to make a couple of comments, though. Last year, we did postpartum care, extended postpartum care for women, and this year we did presumptive eligibility for women. And both of those are primarily to help pregnant women and their children and their babies. Senator Sparks was correct in his numbers. We have about 300,000 people that are in the exchange. So by removing those people, it's going to collapse the exchange, which is basically commercial insurance. And you heard me earlier talk about the reimbursement is about 40% better with the exchange than Medicaid. So I know the intent is to help the providers, but actually you're going to hurt providers. Again, I encourage you to vote no.
Senator Simmons, to have a roll call, we need 6 to stand. We have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. We're on the amendment.
Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell.
No.
Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Okay. Let me see if I missed anybody. Turner Ford. Voting yes or yea. Barnett. Blackman. Blunt. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Frazier. Hickman. Horn. Jackson. Jordan. Norwood. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. And Thomas. Voting no or nay. Barrett. Berry. Blackwell. Boyd. Branning. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Harkins. Hill. Hobson. Johnson. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Parker. Parks. Pope. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thompson. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. And Younger.
Fifteen yeas, 36 nays. It fails. Senator Horn.
Sir.
Senator Horn, you're recognized. For what purpose, sir?
Uh,
You're recognized.
I'd like to offer an amendment, Mr. President.
Just 1 second. Let me get it on the screen. It's on the screen, Senator. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. What my amendment would do would be to amend the lines 61 to 62, line 94, 153, and lines 510 to 511 by striking the words 120 hours per month and inserting in lieu thereof 20 hours per week, which effectively would take it to 80 hours per month. This amendment would be more inclusive and allow more part-time workers, caregivers, home care providers, child care center workers, and others to be able to qualify for the program. A lot of these folks are working part-time. They don't have the means to increase the number of hours they work because of other obligations they have. And for that reason, I would like to offer the amendment to take the bill work requirement down from 120 hours to 80 hours. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Mr. President, I have a question.
Will you for a question, Senator Horn?
I yield.
Senator Jordan's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Horn, we have had doctors who would be for this amendment, and I think it is, when you think it would be essential when medical people are for these amendments in order to help the poor of the state of Mississippi.
Well, I'm not aware that doctors are advocating for
They may not be advocating, but they're talking to senators.
Yes, sir. I think
that is a way of advocating, but they may not have said it to you.
I think that many doctors and other healthcare providers want to see Medicaid expanded in the state, and they see the merit in doing so because their patient base would improve their healthiness. And also, a lot of hospitals have come out in favor of expanding Medicaid because it would also help their bottom line of when it comes to getting relief from treating uncompensated care.
Would you agree with me that Mississippi is the sickest state in the nation?
I think that Dr. Edney, our state health officer, has corroborated that, and yes, we are the sickest state in the United States.
And we all can bear witness that we go to more funerals proportionally than anybody.
Well, you'd have to ask the funeral home directors about that, Senator Jordan, but we do have a lot of deaths in Mississippi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr.
You
President.
yield for a question, Senator Horn?
I yield.
Senator Sparks, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Any particular reason to lower it to 20 hours per week?
Well, that would make it consistent with the House measure, and I think I'm not necessarily against a work requirement. I think CMS, from a policy standpoint, has had some issues with it. But I do believe that making it consistent with the House version makes it more palatable to me and to my folks that I represent.
Okay, and I want to make sure I understand, because obviously this, the bill that you're seeking to amend only one line is 137 pages, and I'll ask the bill author later about the bill. But in the bill is the line you want to amend. That's subpart 1. That's paragraph little I. But isn't 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 exceptions to this work requirement already? You mentioned like a caregiver. You mentioned someone who can only work part-time. Number 2 says somebody that's a full-time student. So I'm assuming that's an or. So 120 hours per month, or you're enrolled as a full-time student, or you're enrolled in a workforce training program, or you're enrolled for 6 credit hours. And I go on down that list, and I see that you're a caregiver, the parent or guardian of a caregiver who's 6 years old. So not someone who's unhealthy, but just a child under the age of 6. Then it's a person who's physically, mentally, or intellectually unable to meet the requirements of 1 through 5. And then the primary caregiver. So I think everybody you mentioned is actually excluded from the 120 hour.
When I say caregiver, I'm not speaking of someone who's a caregiver in their own home. I'm speaking about folks who work part-time as caregivers.
Oh, I'm sorry. They work part-time as a caregiver.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me. Okay, because I just want to make sure there's several exceptions already. Okay.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
I wasn't referencing the exceptions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator Blackwell, you recognize to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I'm going to ask you to vote no, and thank Senator Sparks again. He did a good job of defending the bill. As we took a look at this, we tried to take a look at all the reasonable exceptions that we could have and still make this a conservative bill. There are a number of states that already have this at 130, so we're not an outlier. So again, I'd ask you to vote no.
Ready on your motion, Senator.
I want to clarify that the caregivers I'm referencing in my amendment are not the caregivers that are referenced in terms of what Senator Sparks was talking about that would be able to get an exception. These are folks that work part-time, and they may not be able to, may not be in a position to work 30 hours a week, and for that reason I offered the amendment. I'd like to move adoption of the amendment, Mr. President, by use of the morning roll call, and would like to request, I'd like to request a roll call vote.
We need 6 senators if you want a roll call vote. You have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McLendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Johnson. Turner Ford. Voting yes or yea: Barnett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, and Thomas. Voting no or nay: Barrett, Berry, Boyd, Brennan, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
Yes, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the vote.
Please proceed.
I want to make sure I'm recorded as voting no. Senator Horn was blowing in my ear.
One second, Senator. By a vote of 15 yeas, 36 nays, the bill fails. Senator Horn, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Blackwell accused me of using my Jedi mind trick. I wish it had worked. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the next amendment that I have, and it's the final amendment I plan to offer, I would amend on line 92 by striking the words "on a quarterly basis" and inserting in lieu thereof "twice a year." And if I may be recognized to explain the amendment. Mr.
Recognized to explain the amendment, Senator Horn.
Okay, so a lot of these programs that require a lot of verification see a lack of participation or a drop in participation. And in Georgia, for example, the program was supposed to have about 400,000 participants. The eligible people, those were the eligible people who could qualify for the program. Since its inception, a little less than a year ago, they've only signed up 3,500 people. And a lot of it has been the money that has been utilized in that less than a year period of time. They spent $26 million. And the $26 million, much of that money was spent on the verification system. So I don't want to put a program in place that's going to gin up a lot of work for consultants when in fact you can maintain the integrity of the program with the less onerous system. So going from 4 times a year for program verification down to 2, I think would help us to maintain the integrity of the program, and it will encourage more folks to sign up. Twice a year verification is a lot less of a burden on the applicant, and the only clear beneficiary that I can see would be the consultant. So for that reason, I would urge adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized. Speak on the amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I'll ask you to vote no. We put a lot of study into this. Somewhere down the road, it might be fine for us to step back and do this biannually, but right now with the initial phase of the program, we'd like to do it quarterly. So again, I ask you to vote no.
Thank you. Senator, ready for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I be recognized to close?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ladies, you know, one thing that always impresses me and amazes me is how much we spend on folks minding the money and how little we spend on folks being the beneficiary of a program. This has all the earmarks of being such a program. And for that reason, I would urge to adopt the amendment by use of the morning roll call. But, Mr. President, I'd like to request a roll call vote on the amendment.
Need 6, Senator. We have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingay. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Bryan. I think that's it. Voting. Simmons of the 12th. Okay. Voting. Williams voted no. Voting yes or yea, Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons with the 12th, Simmons with the 13th, Thomas and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay, Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Rhodes, Robinson, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
Amendment fails, 16 yeas, 36 nays. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the appropriate time, I have a couple of amendments.
It's appropriate time, Senator. Please proceed.
Was that all three of them?
That was 3.
Whatever
Which
you
one
tell
are you on?
Carlos.
You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I wanted to start off by saying what a fantastic job I think Chairman Blackwell has done in his work on this bill. And I think it's very difficult to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, but he has done yeoman's work in trying to do so with this particular measure. In fact, I've offered several suggestions. I've been listened to, I've been heard. He has incorporated several of those suggestions, and for that I very much appreciate him and the Lieutenant Governor and the staff for listening to those. We didn't get the final version of this language, obviously, until just this morning. So I do have 1 or 2 additional amendments that I think make the bill even tighter and more conservative. The first one that I hope is before you right now speaks specifically to the work requirement exceptions. The work requirement certainly is a distinguishing factor between the House version of this bill and this version, and one that I very much support. But if you look at the bill as it's before you, there are several current exceptions in the language to the work requirement. So in other words, we want there to be a work requirement, but there are several exceptions to said work requirement. 2 of those I would like to address in this amendment, and if you look, the 2 are that a parent or guardian and the primary caregiver of a child under 6 years of age, the second one being a person who is physically, mentally, or intellectually unable to meet the requirements of subparagraphs I through 4, or 1 through 4 of this paragraph as documented by a medical professional. So let's talk about both of these 2 exceptions. So the first one is what I like to call the anchor baby exception for Medicaid. All you have to do is have a child under 6 years of age, and you can claim that you're accepted from this work requirement. So a lot of people have children under 6, but if you don't, you can go adopt one or you can have one. And in that situation, you are exempted from the work requirements and you can continue getting your Medicaid right on under this bill. The second one really nullifies the whole SSI disability process that we have in place. Because if you practice law, you have SSI disability judges that are provided for by the federal government. There are spread throughout the state, and if you're truly disabled, you go and you file for disability. And you prove your case, you hear all the different medical evidence, and there are judges who award you disability, and as part of that disability, you also get qualified for Medicaid. So what this exception does is essentially nullifies that whole process, because all you have to do is go find a doctor. You jury shop just like you do in court. You can doctor shop and find a doctor who says, oh yeah, there's a problem there. There's either a physical problem, mental problem, intellectual problem, and therefore you are accepted from the work provision. So if we truly believe in a workable work requirement, I believe these two exceptions need to come out of the bill, and that's simply all my amendment does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator? Senator Wiggins, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple questions. So as it relates to the amendment and what you're striking about the mentally or intellectually unable. So you're familiar with certainly the disability program that we have in this country and in this state.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so, and I guess the best way I know how to ask this is if a construction worker falls off a roof, doesn't have insurance, and has to have his leg amputated, under the disability program, he can actually get a disability rating, can he not?
Through workers' compensation, I think there's certainly an implication there.
Yes, he can. So if the employer actually has workers' compensation,
sure.
But there's construction employers who don't have workers' comp.
There may be some exceptions there, yeah.
So even assuming if we have workers' comp, we have a disability program that pays insurance, do we not?
Yes.
Okay, so in that program, if the construction worker loses his leg, he goes to the doctor, and the doctor provides him a rating of 50% disabled, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so at that point, he then qualifies for benefits from the federal government under the Social Security Act, does he not?
Yes.
Okay, and under workers' comp, he gets a certain payment because he's lost his leg, right?
Right.
Okay, and so so he would actually be physically unable to meet the requirements, or certainly under workers' comp, he may not even be able to go back to work.
That is true.
Okay, so through that system, we are providing insurance for somebody who's disabled.
Yes.
Okay, so
if he meets those requirements, of course, there's a system in place whereby, like you were explaining, you go and prove that. But yes, absolutely.
Right, and so in the bill as before us, the first and foremost requirement is the people who are there have to be in a financially eligible category. In other words, 0 to 100% of the federal poverty level, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Bryce Wiggins, who makes, I'm not going to say my salary or anything like that, but Bryce Wiggins, who makes certainly more than that.
Right.
Bryce Wiggins, who makes more than that, or Chairman Fillingane, who makes more than that.
Doubtful.
We wouldn't be able to qualify even under this exception because we don't meet the financial threshold, correct?
Would you say that again?
Yeah, so there's a financial threshold in the bill.
Depending on dependents and all that, yes.
Correct, and your amendment is not addressing the financial threshold.
No, sir.
Okay, so that threshold is still there.
Yes.
So with this, your amendment would take this provision out.
What my amendment would do with regard to what you're talking about is that if a single doctor were to write in his or her documentation that this person is disabled, then they would be exempt from the work requirement. They would still receive the Medicaid benefits, but they simply wouldn't have to meet the work requirement. It's an exception to the work requirement. That's what I'm trying to say.
So, okay, so first of all, for that even to be the case, it's contingent on a medical professional, which would be a doctor, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Or I assume a medical professional could also include, nurse practitioners and others. I don't know that it's really defined that much. That's not my bill. That's
right.
The chairman's bill.
And so we have doctors over here on the side who, as you know, they all have to they're subject to the Hippocratic Oath. They have to do no harm. They have their license at stake. And the likelihood of a doctor, a medical professional, of signing off on a note that just so a person can get around so they can get Medicaid benefits is really unlikely, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, number one, we have defined who those medical professionals are. And number two, I think as good as professionals are, there are bad actors in every profession, mine included, yours included, certainly in the medical professional as well. So if you are of a mind to want to get Medicaid benefits, you qualify under the designated threshold limits under the bill, then, and you don't want to work because you're able-bodied, but you don't want to work, you go around until you find an NP or an MD or a DO who will say, I think you're right. I don't think intellectually you're able to work, emotionally you're able to work, or physically you're able to work. At that point, you continue receiving the Medicaid benefits under this bill, and you don't have to work. That's the only ill I'm trying to prohibit. I don't think that would happen that often, certainly, because I agree with you 100% that most of our professionals are, in fact, professionals. But just to be safe, I feel like this actually strengthens the bill.
Okay, so, and it's true, okay, so it's true that it's still contingent on a doctor or, as it says here, a medical professional.
Yes.
So it can't be anybody else, okay. And I'm not sure where you are on it, but this body, this legislature has passed medical cannabis where we require before you even get that a medical professional. Mm-hmm. So this body, which was passed overwhelmingly medical cannabis, we trusted the medical professionals to make those decisions, did we not?
Sure.
Okay, so in effect, there is no difference between trusting the medical professional for this or for medical cannabis, because we're trusting the medical professional governed by their ethics and rules to make that decision.
I agree with what you're saying. I just feel like maybe it's a disagreement of opinion that we share, and I respect you greatly, and I won't hold it against you if you don't vote for this amendment.
Fair enough. So then to address the first part about the children,
yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the CHIP program in Mississippi, are you not?
Yes, sir.
So then you know that already in the state of Mississippi, for better or for worse, but for decades, as far as I know, starting back under the Barber administration, that 50 to 55% of all the children in Mississippi are in Medicaid via the CHIP program.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So those children under CHIP, they have a parent and a caregiver, do they not?
Sure.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator
Yes,
Fillingame? Senator Hill is recognized for a question.
Senator Fillingame, is it not true that if a person is declared disabled under the Social Security Administration, that they will be on Medicare within 2 years? Isn't that correct?
I don't practice disability law, but I do know that in most instances, if you are awarded SSI disability benefits, depending on your income status, you either get Medicaid or Medicare.
And you have to be off work for 6 months before you can even apply for disability, correct?
I believe you have to be off of work for about a year before you qualify.
So 6 months to a year before you qualify.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you do get qualified and you are low income and you're disabled, you will likely already get Medicaid without expansion. Is that correct?
Yes, you will qualify for Medicaid if you're awarded SSI disability.
So going back to this disabled part in this Medicaid expansion, it just doesn't line up with what takes place within Social Security disability, does it?
No, I mean, I think what we're both probably trying to say, and maybe I don't say it artfully enough, is that there's already in place a way whereby if you're truly disabled, that you can go apply for that disability, you can get awarded benefits, including insurance, Medicaid coverage.
Correct.
So I don't know
Correct.
why we would need to recreate the will in this particular
Exactly.
bill, which is why I'm trying to strike that duplicative language
Exactly.
out.
And also, you know my husband, don't you?
Yes, very well.
And my husband has been an above-the-knee amputee for 18 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he has continued to work on his job.
He has.
He's been a manager and a working manager for the power company for the last 18 years.
Absolutely.
With one leg.
Yes, ma'am.
And that doesn't automatically classify him as disabled, does it?
No, he's been a worker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
for
you,
your question.
Senator. Senator Chisholm, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak on the bill at the appropriate time, on the bill.
Okay, this is an amendment, not on the bill.
On the bill.
Okay, I got you. Okay, thank you, Senator. Senator Boyd, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Certainly.
Senator, I understand what you're trying to do today, but I want to kind of give a real-world example
Okay.
of a American Cancer Society is up in the gallery today. I had a constituent reach out this weekend. He would have been in this below 99%.
Right.
I believe a restaurant worker didn't quite make up to that. He would have been working, would have got his work requirements and all of that.
Okay.
He now has cancer.
Right.
This amendment that you have right now, he would then go off the assistance that he's getting, and this would kick him off.
No, if he is still qualified on the income requirements, he would get
But
those benefits.
he wouldn't be able, because the cancer, it's a very aggressive form of cancer. This amendment right here would prohibit him, and they know the ones I'm talking about right here, would kick him off of this insurance because he wouldn't be able to meet those requirements because right now he's too sick to work.
Well, if he's
And-
too sick to work, he would qualify under the SSI
But the SSI
disability
that you're
program.
talking about, I've got 4 families I'm trying to help right now because that's federal for the most part.
Sure.
Their SSI, they are desperately in need of this SSI right now.
Sure.
And they've been, right now, they have told them it'll be 6 more months before they find out if they did qualify or didn't qualify. And these are families that need assistance right now. This amendment that you're talking about, because these are families that have had severe, 3 of them cancer, that have been very, very severe and they're in very bad shape. So this amendment that you're talking about right now would kick those people off because they haven't been able to meet those work requirements, even though they've worked continuously all their lives. This
So what I
amendment
hear you
right
saying is that because of a failure of the federal system in the SSI disability program, that the state of Mississippi should pick up the slack and pay for that because the federal government isn't doing its job in getting those people worked through the process of disability. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
well, let's be clear on this. The federal government picked 77% of this up already. We're talking about our 23%. So I'm saying right now, till these people could get this, we would all be better served for these individuals to be able to stay on and get this assistance for a short period of time till this SSI comes through.
I would say it would be better if we would work with our federal partners like Senator Hyde-Smith, who was here honored this morning, to speed up that federal process to make sure they get all the benefits, because this will only provide them health insurance. It will not provide them any form of assistance that SSI would provide to them. But I appreciate your question.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Phil?
Yes, sir.
Senator Blackman is recognized.
So an individual has to be making around like $14,000 a year to be eligible for this program, right?
Under which version of the program, Senator Blackman?
Under the bill that we're trying to pass.
It's my understanding under Senator Blackwell's bill as it's being proposed, yes, up to 99%, assuming they're single with no dependents.
So, in your amendment is because there's a worry that someone that's making around $14,000 a year would find a medical professional so they can scam to get health care at that amount of money.
People scam all the time, Senator Blackman. And if you're not aware of that, then you're talking to different people than I'm talking to.
I'm aware of it, but I'm asking if that's your purpose for your amendment, because there's a worry that somebody that's making $14,000 a year is going to seek out some medical professional and get a medical professional to risk their license to grant them disability that they haven't earned?
No. I think what we're talking about here is under this language, should it become law, then we are enlarging the pool of persons to include working-aged folks that currently do not qualify for Medicaid services, right, or assistance. So up to 99% of the FPL, the federal poverty level, under this bill, should it become law and be signed off on by the federal government, those persons who are not currently eligible will become eligible for those benefits. So that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is there's also a work requirement. In order to receive said benefits, you must meet a work requirement unless you fall into certain exceptions to that work requirement. So currently in the bill, there is an exception that says if a person is physically, mentally, or intellectually unable to meet the requirements of those subparagraphs 1 through 4, then as documented by a medical professional, they can continue to receive those benefits without meeting the work requirement. I may have confused you or others. That's what this amendment is about.
But they're eligible because they are working the required amount of time. They make somewhere around $14,000.
Yes, sir.
Something happens.
Mm-hmm.
They go to a medical professional, and your worry is that a medical professional will then come up with a reason that's not true to say, okay, you're disabled, and now you can continue without having to work.
I think what we're talking about is they're going to receive the benefit. The question is, do they have to continue working in order to keep the benefit, or can they not work and get the benefit? And I'm saying that they should be working to receive that benefit if they are able-bodied people.
But the medical professional will be saying they are not able-bodied, right?
You know, I don't know if you're familiar with jury shopping. I know that happens from time to time. It is also true of medical professionals. You can shop around because it's subjective. You know, I can go visit my nurse practitioner and complain of an ailment and then go right down the street to my MD and talk about that same ailment. And I may very well get two very different recommendations. One of them may say, you know, just exercise a little bit more. The other one may say, I need you to sign up for Mounjaro. I mean, it's just very subjective, right? So what we're trying to prevent here is the ability to go shop around till you find someone that says, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think intellectually or medically or emotionally, whatever, that you're able to hold down that job. And so therefore, I'm going to write you an excuse to where you can receive these benefits and not have to work. That's my concern.
Okay, so the concern is that there's a medical professional that will be out there that will tell somebody who's making $14,000 a year that has had something happen where they believe that they should be eligible for one of these exceptions, that they'll be able to find a medical professional to say that you don't have to continue working.
Sure, I think that could happen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Any other questions? Senator Hill? For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Fillingame?
Certainly, yes.
Senator Hill's recognized for a question.
Senator Fillingame, I believe that this marijuana bill has been referenced several times in here about physicians following rules and not jeopardizing themselves. Would you be surprised that there have been some physicians who have attempted to be out of state and certify patients against the law in Mississippi via telehealth to certify patients based on peer investigation?
According to the peer investigation, I think there have been as many as 12 formal investigations of said practices in the past year.
And there have been physicians that have been breaking the law also by trying to certify or certifying patients inside the dispensaries, correct? Isn't that another one? from the
That's
peer
what-
investigations?
That's what I understand, yes, ma'am.
So to say that physicians would not maybe do some of the things that you're discussing because they would be afraid to do something that was not within compliance with the law, I think the marijuana has already proved that they're willing to do that, correct?
I think we do have ongoing investigations into that very thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator Blackwell, you recognize to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We looked at these when we were drafting the bill. So I just go through a couple of my notes here. Only one parent, and this relates to a child under 6 being, so only one parent can claim the exception, and only if that parent is taking care of the child during the day. We do have child care deserts across the state where child care is not available. Additionally, if someone is only making $15,000 a year, paying half their salary for child care is really not feasible. Unlike most states' proposed work requirements, which allows for parents to claim the exemption until the child is no longer a minor, we restricted ours to children who are below the compulsory school age. So once they go to school, the primary caregiver must give up their job to meet the work requirements or lose the coverage. With respect to our medical professionals, anyone who gets a note from a medical professional that they are physically, mentally, or intellectually unable to work or eligible. So what we took, the bill states that a person must have documented proof from a medical professional and that they cannot meet the work, education, job training, or combination of these requirements to get the exception. As with all eligibility categories, the division will ultimately get to determine what counts as a medical professional and what counts as a documented proof. And there are countless examples of people who have an impairment in which they're working to the extent they can, but would not meet the 120-hour work requirement. These are the very people who need access to health care. I'd ask you to vote no on the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fillingham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief in conclusion. I think, again, totally respect the work Senator Blackwell and the committee have done on this. I just feel like in an effort to tighten down these work requirements so that it's an actual work requirement and not one that's easy to get around, this amendment would strengthen that greatly, and especially after that response that so much of this is going to be delegated out to the department to come up with rules and regulations and promulgate those. I think that's even more room for abuse that we need to make doubly sure we tighten down. So with that, I would simply ask for your support of the amendment, and I would ask for a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call requires 6 to rise, please. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Please proceed, Mr. Clerk.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Delano, Barrett, Delano, England, Harkins. Please say no. Hobson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McMahon, Parks, Suber, Tate. That's it. I didn't hear it. Voting. He said no. Ma'am. Okay. Johnson. Voting yes or yea, Berry, Branning, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, Fillingane, Hill, McCon, McClendon, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Whaley, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, DeBar, Delano, England, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Turner Ford, Wiggins, and Williams.
Senator Robinson, for what purpose, ma'am?
Correct my vote. I voted no, and I was recorded yes.
No, Mr. Clerk. Apologize. Senator Thompson?
Vote.
To the vote.
I vote no.
No, Thompson. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Clerk. Vote fails, 15 yeas, 36 nay. Senator Fillingane, you're recognized on amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my second and final amendment. This deals with co-payments. So like most insurance policies, when I go to the doctor or anywhere else, I have to employ my insurance and have to pay a co-payment. So I'm told that 3/5 of states who are currently doing the expansion require a form of co-payment. And so this amendment simply lays out what those co-payments would be under this program. And I think notably on lines 15 through 18, we put a catch-all phrase in there that says the amount of total co-payments provided for in this paragraph shall not be more than 5% of the individual's total income during a calendar quarter. If this limit is reached, the individual shall not be charged for the rest of that quarter. So that's trying to track the federal law to make sure that if we adopt co-payments, they are in line with the federal program. That's what it does. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fillingane is correct. There are federal guidelines that handle how you do the co-payments. We do not do them here, basically because of the administrative burden that it would put on the department. And so again, I'm going to ask that you vote no on the amendment.
Senator Fillingham, you recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would simply say, again, these are under our work requirements, supposedly people that are working, and like everybody else, if we were going to have an insurance program and we're going to provide this health insurance to said persons under this enlarged category, I think it only fair to me, you, and all of our citizens that those people have some skin in the game and that they pay a small copayment. That's what this bill does. I would ask for your support of this amendment.
There's a motion to adopt the amendment, Senator?
Motion is to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Senator, we're back on the bill. Senator Hill, you recognize to speak on the bill.
I'd like to speak on the bill.
You recognize to speak on the bill, Senator Hill.
Senator, we're on the strike off. You got 5 minutes.
5 minutes, Senator Hill. Please
Okay,
proceed.
I have 5 minutes to speak on the strike all. I had some things passed out right here. Some of you may or may not know that you do not have to be a U.S. citizen to be eligible for Medicaid or the health care marketplace. This is copied directly from CMS's website at 9:29 this morning. It says eligibility for Medicaid. Immigrants who are qualified non-citizens and have met the waiting period are generally eligible for coverage through Medicaid or CHIPS if they meet the state's income and residency rules. Okay, some of them have to wait 5 years, but some don't have to wait 5 years. Some who come across the border over in Texas who say they're asylees or refugees will immediately qualify to be on this Medicaid expansion if they choose to come to Mississippi. The term qualified non-citizen from CMS's website includes asylees, refugees, Cuban, Haitian entrants, paroled into the U.S. for at least 1 year, conditional entrant granted before 1980, battered non-citizen spouses, children, or parents, granted withholding of deportation, and several other categories. So, the 5-year bar does not apply to refugees, asylees, Cuban or Haitian entrants, granted withholding of deportation, withholding of removal. So, what you may not know, if you have not read CMS's website, is that many categories of what we consider illegals who are coming through the border and claiming asylum, who may not have a court date for 5 to 7 years, would qualify to get Medicaid. This is not just Mississippi residents, okay? We go by the rules of CMS. No matter what we put in a bill, CMS controls the rules and regulations for Medicaid. So when you go back home and you talk to your folks about Medicaid expansion, just know that you're not only adding Mississippians to the Medicaid rules, you're adding any immigrant that comes into the state of Mississippi that's in any of these categories as asylees or refugees paroled into the U.S. for a year. They would qualify as well to get Medicaid under this expansion. They already can get Medicaid if they have children, anchor babies. I have a paper from PEER that's being passed out that shows you how much distinct recipients, non-citizens, have already cost Medicaid in the state of Mississippi. In 2023, it was almost $3 million, and there were 748 distinct recipients that added up to that almost $3 million. So there's no way that we can get a projected enrollment based on Mississippi's census right now, because we know for a fact that they're being flown into the state of Mississippi and they're being bused from New York and other states. So you heard it here. It's on CMS's website. I did not make this up. This will not only cover Mississippi residents, this will cover any of these immigration status people that come into the state of Mississippi and do not even have to meet a waiting period. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator Hill? No. All right, thank you,
So,
Senator Wiggins.
she's not yielding for a question?
She did not.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, let's see, Senator Blackwell. Senator, ready for you to close? Senator Fillingame, for what purpose?
I'd like to speak on the bill, Mr. President, at the appropriate time.
All right, we're on the strike all, and then we'll have everyone who wants to speak on the bill. All right, Senator Blackwell.
So no other questions. I move for adoption of the committee strike all.
Motion is adoption of Senator Sparks. For what purpose?
A question.
Were you here for a question, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, I will.
This is a question for the senator.
That's correct, yes.
Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I was going to wait till I was in the middle of speeches, and I wanted to ask you a question. The forestry chairman will be happy for the amount of papers that have been thrown on our desk in the last 3 minutes for us to review. But I'm want to ask you about a couple of them. If you don't have anything to do with it, then I'm sorry. The bill itself, to go back to Senator Horn's question earlier, I believe that the 120 hours can be averaged for part-time people.
I believe that's correct.
So sometimes people that are part-time or seasonal will get credit for their work.
That's correct. And I thought we had something in the category for seasonal workers.
You do. Okay. I just want to make sure that was brought up earlier, that is understood. A couple of questions about people being pulled off of insurance, because you've stated you don't want to do that. How are we gauging people that are 19 to 26 who are able to stay on their parents' plan? Are they in the household of their parent or the household of themselves?
I can only speak to my case with my children. They were out of the household and still covered. I still had to cover them.
Okay, so, but under current law, they would be on their parents' plan, but if they're measured on their own income, they would fall into this
I think
plan.
it's still up to age 26.
Okay. And there was okay.
Let me clarify that. My son went into the Air Force, and so at that time he had coverage. So I would imagine if your employer or if you're in the military, you work for the government, and you're getting that coverage,
yes,
you wouldn't have to have a duplicate policy.
Okay, and then the only other thing, and there was some discussion that you had earlier, and again, you may have had nothing to do with this, but there's a handout on millions of dollars saved if, and they use a word that you're not using in your bill, so I'm not going to use it, but millions of dollars for people that are in the correctional system. Well, in the last 4 years, being very involved in the correctional system, I believe we were told directly from CMS that as long as someone is an inmate, they are not eligible for Medicaid, because we went through this with the whole fragile inmate nursing home care. So I don't know who's responsible for this pass out.
I don't know either.
Okay.
But you do know the Department of Medicaid and the Department of Corrections do work together if there's an inmate that requires hospitalization.
Yes,
so
but they may bill them at the Medicaid rate, but I just want to be clear, inmates are not Medicaid recipients, as I understand, unless you know differently.
No, sir, you're correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Anyone else? Senator Blunt, for what purpose? On the motion. Okay, Senator. It's 5 minutes on the motion.
I want to briefly ask you to vote against the strike-all amendment. If you defeat the strike-all amendment, we'll be back on the House bill. I want to briefly raise a few points that I don't think have been raised and that relate specifically to the House bill as it compares to the strike-all amendment. First, I would ask you to look at the information, all the information you've been handed out and has been brought to you on the strike-all amendment. The summaries that you may have gotten in writing with numbers, with analysis on the strike-all amendment, or any information you've been provided by the governor on his plan to deal with uncompensated care and people who don't have insurance. Look at all those studies. One thing I can tell you is the Affordable Care Act has been studied to death over the last 12 years, and it has been studied by our state economist. It's been documented, of course, that Mississippi has refused $1 billion a year, every year for the past 12 years. That's $1 million before lunch today, $1 million this afternoon, and $1 million after we go home for supper tonight. One key point that I want to make that is different about the strike-all amendment and the House bill. The federal government has said to states that expand Medicaid, and that is to 138% of poverty level, which the strike-all amendment does not do. The federal government will provide for 2 years a total of approximately $624 million to the state's general fund by enhancing the FMAP by 5%. That's more than $600 million. Because of that increase, the state economist has projected that if we were to take the House bill by going to 138% coverage, we would increase the annual GDP of the state by $750 million a year. We would increase the number of jobs in Mississippi by approximately 11,000 jobs every single year. We would increase the income that Mississippi earns every year by approximately $800 million. We would also grow the population of the state. We would also be able to transfer large categories of people who are currently getting the Medicaid match to getting the expansion match. That would save the state of Mississippi approximately $50 million a year. These are people who are disabled. These are people who are pregnant women in certain categories, people who have breast and cervical cancer, and people who have corrections, as Senator Barnett said. The ability to transfer those folks from the lower match rate to the enhanced match rate would save the state $50 million. The House bill would do that. The Senate bill would not. There's been a lot of work on this bill. There's a lot more work that needs to be done on this bill. But the question I think we all know is Mississippi going to get $1 million to grow our economy? Excuse me, $1 billion to grow our economy, like they have in Arkansas, like they have in Louisiana. This from the Republican governor of Louisiana, who says the impact of Medicaid expansion in Louisiana has been to draw down almost $2 billion in state funds, to create $4 billion in new economic activity, and create almost 20,000 new jobs in Louisiana. If you defeat the strike-all amendment and you pass the House bill, which is not perfect, you can have that kind of economic impact and a net positive to the state. Because the question is going to be, is Mississippi going to be the 41st state to expand Medicaid, or are we going to be 50th? Let's defeat the strike-all amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask you to adopt the strike-all amendment. We moved away from the House plan because it was full expansion. And I had already gone through earlier the cost, the impact it's going to have to our providers. I don't know that I need to repeat it all. But again, I moved to adopt the committee strike-all.
Motion is to adopt the committee strike-all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it. Senator?
I'd like to be recognized to close on the bill.
We're on the bill, Senators. And Senator Chisholm wanted to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Many of us oppose Medicaid expansion for able-bodied worker adults. These people need to be working. Welfare to work is what Republicans need to stand for, not welfare and work. Getting people off of welfare and getting them to work, not permanent Medicaid dependency, but getting off of Medicaid and getting on to private insurance. More than 100,000 able-bodied adults currently have nearly free coverage on the exchange and will all be forced off that coverage under expansion. Many of them only have to work a little bit, around 20 hours a week, and we're proposing 30 hours a week on this bill, to get this good silver plan coverage. If we expand Medicaid, our workforce will lose access to that coverage. Providing free health insurance to people who refuse to work will worsen our state's labor force participation rate. This bill forces hard-working taxpayers to provide insurance to people who do not want to work. Sitting back and watching Uncle Sam confiscate a good portion of your earnings before you even see them isn't charity, it's just confiscation. which is stealing and plain simple. There's just a financial transition from the person who made it to the person who didn't, and therefore has no legitimate claim on it, otherwise known as a scam. The truth is, whoever cuts the check is the one calling the shots. I support getting off of welfare and getting off of Medicaid and getting on to private insurance without a realistic work requirement that will never happen. Thank you.
Senator Fillingham, for what purpose? Speak on the bill? You're recognized to speak on the bill, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some handouts that hopefully will be going out shortly. I'm going to be brief because I know the day is getting late. I would simply say I will restrict my comments to the work requirement provision. I think it's so important. I think the Lieutenant Governor has expressed how important that is to him, as is Chairman Blackwell, and I wholeheartedly agree. The problem where I differ is that we already know that the work requirement will not be accepted by the current administration, which begs the question, what are we doing here? Okay? Maya Angelou, a famous American poet, is famous for this quote, which I really do like a lot, and it applies to a lot of different things. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. I think she says believe them the first time. I just like to say, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. I think that applies here. The Biden administration has been extremely clear, crystal clear, as to whether or not they will accept a work requirement. How do we know that? For a couple of reasons. In your packet that's being passed out, there's actually a circuit court case from the D.C. Circuit called Gresham versus Azar. This proposition has been court tested by the court that sits right below the U.S. Supreme Court. And in fact, the Supreme Court had taken this case up and put it on their docket, had scheduled it for oral arguments. Then the Biden administration came in, removed all the work requirements that had been previously approved by the Trump administration, and therefore the Supreme Court removed the case from their docket because they said this whole point is moot now. The Biden administration has revoked all the work requirements. So what's the point in hearing oral arguments on this? This proposition has been tested. And what the Circuit Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit Court said in Gresham versus Azar, if you're following along in the 17-page opinion that is being passed out, on page 10, I'll direct you to that particular language. It says the district court is indisputably correct that the principal objective of Medicaid is providing health care coverage. The Secretary's discretion in approving or denying demonstrations is guided by the statutory directive that the demonstration must be, quote, likely to assist in promoting the objectives of Medicaid, end quote. The provision describes the purpose of Medicaid. It's at the bottom of page 10 if you're following along. The purpose of Medicaid, as decided by the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, is to furnish medical assistance on behalf of families with dependent children and of aged, blind, or disabled individuals whose income and resources are insufficient to meet the cost of necessary medical services and rehabilitation and other services to help such families and individuals attain or retain capability for independence or self-care. In other words, what the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals has found and ruled, and it hasn't been challenged, it hasn't been overturned, it's still good law, is that the primary purpose of the Medicaid program, as was created by Congress, is to provide health care. It is not, in fact, to help people find a job. So when the states like Arkansas, our next door neighbor, put a work requirement into their Medicaid expansion program, which they did, it was challenged in court. And the D.C. Circuit Court found, sorry guys, sorry Arkansas, you can't put a work requirement in because that does not mesh with the primary purpose of Medicaid, which is to provide health care. So while I support a vigorous work requirement, which this bill has in it, we know that the Biden administration has already told us, and they've proven by striking down previous work requirements approved by the Trump administration, that they're not going to go for it. It is not going to be approved. And the language in this bill has a trigger, which I appreciate and I'm glad is there, which says, unless and until the Biden administration approves the work requirement, this program will not be expanded. Again, it begs the question, what are we doing? We know that that is not going to be accepted. Just this morning, we printed off from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services website. It's there for you to see. It's like a 2 or 3 page document. I'll read just a few clips from it. At the very beginning, work requirements would add substantial bureaucratic red tape to Medicaid, putting coverage and health at risk for millions of Americans. Only one state has ever fully implemented these policies, that being Arkansas. In fact, research shows that more than 95% of enrollees subject to the policy already met the requirements or should have qualified for an exemption, but many lost coverage because they could not navigate the red tape. And the last sentence on that first page of this DHS document, instead of making it harder for people to get health insurance, the Biden-Harris administration is committed to working with states to test new innovative ways to deliver health care, lower costs for Americans, and expand coverage rather than pursue policies that take coverage away from millions of Americans. Again, they state that they are not going to accept work requirements. So again, I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate the language in this bill. But again, when someone has shown you who they are and what they're going to do, we should believe them. They're not going to make an exception for Mississippi. Therefore, this work requirement is not going to be accepted, meaning this bill is going nowhere. You pass it, you go on record for it, you take the heat for it, and for what? The Biden administration isn't going to approve it. This is not going to become law under our trigger language. So what have you done? You made yourself feel better because you wanted to help, people get health care. But have you accomplished it? No, you have not. And in the process, we've gone through all this vigorous debate. Again, I'm happy that at least this chamber of the legislature has had a thorough and vigorous debate. We are, in fact, supposed to be the laboratory of democracy. Our friends on the other end of the chamber, I don't think, asked a single question when this bill was presented. There wasn't a single person who spoke on it other than the presenter. So I'm very thankful for this chamber that we have thoroughly vetted this bill. We've had a thorough debate. We've asked questions. We've had answers. And that's the way this process is supposed to work. I respect each and every one of my colleagues, regardless of how you vote on this bill. You have my respect. And with that, I would simply say, vote your conscience. But if you think for a second that you're accomplishing expansion of Medicaid or an enlargement of a population to receive Medicaid under the language of this bill, I'm sorry to report to you it's not going to happen. Thank you for your time.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't like this bill, but I plan to vote for it because it's better than what we have right now. There's a lot of rhetoric out there about Medicaid, Medicaid expansion, Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. But I want you, as elected senators for the state, to listen to what your constituents are saying instead of the rhetoric. You'll hear from small businesses who say that they're having a hard time affording health care for their employees. You'll hear from rural county supervisors and local government officials that say that their rural hospitals are about to close. You'll hear from local law enforcement, and those officers will say that they're spending a lot of their time dealing with people who are mentally ill or who have substance use issues. And if you listen to doctors and healthcare administrators and providers, they'll tell you they have a tough time treating indigent patients. And if you talk to people who are working hard, making a living, and who can't afford health insurance, they'll tell you this is a good deal for Mississippi. The expansion of Medicaid is a good deal for Mississippi. It saves people money. That's conservative. It saves businesses money. That's conservative. It saves lives. That's conservative. And in the bipartisan spirit that I'm witnessing here today, I think we should approve this bill and continue to improve it as we go forward.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Wiggins. Good. You want to speak on the bill? Senator Wiggins is recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to be long, but I just wanted to say a few words. And I have something that's being passed out, and while I'm doing that, I just wanted to, literally last week, I received a phone call from somebody that I've worked with, 25-year-old down on the coast, working hard, providing for the community. And she said, Senator Wiggins, I can't believe I'm calling you. She said, I don't want to. But they said this was the best way. I said, well, what's going on? She said, my mother has been diagnosed with ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. If any of you know Lou Gehrig's disease, you know it is a life sentence. But what she said was, they tell me that her life will be better because of the independent waiver in the state of Mississippi. Now, if you don't know what the independent waiver is, it's Medicaid. It exists. It's been on the books for over a decade. And the independent waiver was an application to CMS to take care of people such as her mother in their dying days. So guess what? They don't have to be in the hospital. And can you imagine the medical bills that she has? And the 25-year-old said, we just got married. My mom is having to move in with me. And so we're going to have to take care of her during the ALS. And so I say that to you because, y'all, what this bill is, it's a waiver. And if you didn't know, because I didn't know before I became chairman of Medicaid, how states, including our conservative friends, run their states are through waivers. And what you have before you that I've handed out is the waiver list of Mississippi. Independent waiver, intellectual disability waiver, family planning waiver. That's what we do in Mississippi. That's what the Medicaid bills that you vote on are, waivers. This is simply before you a waiver application to CMS for this very limited population. Just like back in the day, we requested in these different waivers. And I have before, and I didn't print it out because it's long, but what I have here, and you all can go on this website, and I selected Alabama, Texas, South Carolina, Tennessee, all by which we would know as conservative states. They all have waivers, different kinds of waivers. You can go in there and look at what our fellow states are doing. These waivers help us where there is a gap. We didn't make this problem. In fact, the feds did. I will say that. But the reality is we have a problem, and Chairman Blackwell is trying to fix it in the most conservative, fiscally responsible way. And speaking of fiscally responsible, so as many of you know, I was named Medicaid chairman by Lieutenant Governor Tate Reeves, the governor. This is the first debate we've had, and I'm glad we're having a debate. But during that time, when Lieutenant Governor Reeves was there, we were doing it, we had deficits. Chairman Hobson knows. Tens of millions of deficits. And working with Drew Snyder
Lieutenant Governor Reeves, at that time Governor Bryant, we got it fiscally responsible. In fact, to the point where there are hardly any, there are no deficits. We got Medicaid in a fiscally responsible way. And so when I saw, and I know some of you saw it, and I'm just going to reference it, when Governor Reeves sent out his tweet last night, he pointed to certain things. And so I just wanted to address those real quickly. Anyone with a kid under 6, not eligible for, or they will be eligible for Medicaid. Not true. You heard me ask the question about CHIP. CHIP is the Children's Health Insurance Program that we literally have 55% of our children in the state of Mississippi on. And so if you're not happy about this bill before you and we're going to do benefits and all that, then let's get rid of it for the children, because that's what CHIP is. And you have been voting on it when you vote on the Medicaid budget. Anyone who qualifies as a caregiver is automatically eligible. No, they're not. You heard my request, or my question. It is a threshold. Nobody in here, I will guess, is eligible for Medicaid because you make too much money. And as Chairman Blackwell has said, the whole point of this waiver is to get that gap of people so that they can work. And yes, we have a terrible disability rate in the state, and we have to improve. And so what Chairman Blackwell is doing is to getting people to move to private insurance and not put more people back on the dole. And if they can work, they can move to that. But before that even happens, they have to qualify on an income-wise. And then the kicker, as the governor said, who gets a note from a medical professional. You heard me ask that question. And when I took over handling Medicaid, at the request of Lieutenant Governor Reeves, I didn't know everything. In fact, I know I didn't. But I learned. And I was not in favor at that time of, quote, Medicaid expansion. By the way, this is a waiver, which we've been doing in Mississippi. You can call it expansion if you want. You can call it a waiver. I don't care. Okay? But these folks over here, the doctors who treat our constituents, it's when I started hearing from them that this is what we need to do. And I said, and I'll tell you what I said. I said, but you're Republican. You vote in the Republican primary. How is that? It's conservative. And I've said this. I've got the governor saying it's not conservative if we do this. I'm telling you, from every doctor and every nurse, they said, but Senator Wiggins, it's the right thing to do for this particular population. My patients come in and I see them and it hurts. Now, these white coats didn't go to medical school just to make money. Now, I know people may think that, but you don't go through all those medical schools just to make money. And I will reference it. Senator Boyd, her husband is a doctor. I can tell you 100% he didn't go there just to make money. And so they see the patient. I said, well, what about? I said, we have got to do something to help. These doctors, they don't want this. But unless we are prepared to raise the reimbursement rates, then this is what they're asking. And let me tell you something. If you don't know about Medicaid, Medicaid literally pays less than the commercial rate. So why would any doctor want to keep people on that? Because what they want is people to go on commercial insurance where they get paid more. They themselves, where they feed their family. It doesn't compute, but Chairman Blackwell has done an excellent job of putting before us a waiver that we can vote on and send to the House. And all we have to, look, it's going to go to conference. It's going to go to conference, and then we'll see. But right now, this is the strong position. If you want the most conservative, strong position, this is it. And we do it in a fiscally responsible way, and we're able to do it in a manner that doesn't break the bank. And I, for one, have faith in Drew Snyder and Governor Reeves that should this even pass, that we will do it in a fiscally responsible way, which we've been doing for the last 10 years. So with that, I would encourage everyone to vote in favor of the strike all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Anyone else? Senator Blackwell, you recognize? We're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know that I can go on and
One moment, Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
I'd like to briefly speak.
You're welcome to speak on the bill, Senator. One moment, Senator Blackwell. She's recognized.
Just very briefly, I have a paper from the Department of Education to give you an idea of how many English language learners are already in the state of Mississippi, enrolled in the schools that are requiring teachers to teach them English because they don't know English. They've been raised in another country. They've already recently immigrated to the state of Mississippi. In the Central District, 4,910. In the Northern, 4,150. The Gulf Coast, 3,660. The Pine Belt, 2,398. The Golden Triangle, 1,891. So total state is over 20,000 kids who can't speak English that are already in the public schools. Many of those probably have kids that are 6 or under, and many of those are recent immigrants. And as I said before, under CMS's rules, these folks who are non-citizens that meet any of these categories of asylee or refugees would be eligible for Medicaid under expansion. Thank you.
Senator Blackwell, now you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clarify, these people that Senator Hill are referring to are already qualified, that we're not adding them in the bill.
Senator Blackwell's been recognized. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, sir. I move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Hill, McCon, Suber, Seymour, Barrett, Clendon, Johnson, Parks, Whaley, Fillingane, Chasnall, Chisholm, Berry. Anyone else? Pardon me? Rhodes. Branning. Anyone else? Anyone else? Mr. Clerk, I need totals.
Voting no or nay. Barrett, Branning, Chasnall, Chisholm, Fillingane, Hill, Johnson, McCon, McClendon, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, and Whaley.
Bill passes with 15 no. We'll go to the calendar. Senator Younger? Pardon me? Senator Younger, pass and retain. Senator Branning? Pass and retain. Senator Bryan? Pass and retain. Haven't done the calendar. We ask for announcements. Announcements. Senator Turner Ford.
Drug Policy Committee meeting has been canceled. It will be rescheduled for Monday after recess.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Judiciary A will not meet today. It will be it's rescheduled for Monday at 2:30 in room 216.
Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. County Affairs will meet Monday, 15 minutes after recess or immediately following business and financial institutions in room 409.
Senator Tate.
Announcement.
Please proceed.
Veteran and Military Affairs will meet in room 407 Monday, 5 minutes after recess.
Thank you. Senator McCahon. McMahon, I'm sorry. Chad, I apologize.
That's okay. Announcement.
Please proceed.
Municipalities will meet Monday after Constitution. We have 2 bills. Won't take long. Thank
Monday
you.
after Constitution. Senator Carter.
Announcement.
Please proceed.
On Monday after recess, Senate Energy will meet in room 216.
Energy in 216. Mr. Clerk, Senator England.
Announcements, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Members of the Elections Committee, after polling the members, we are going to meet today 10 minutes after recess in room 210. Elections.
Elections. Senator Horn. Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Education will meet Monday, immediately following Energy in room 216.
Senator Sparks.
For an announcement.
Please proceed.
Economic and Workforce Development will meet Monday, room availability pending in 3:30.
3:30, Mr. Clerk. Senator Boyd.
Announcement.
Please proceed.
Universities and colleges will meet at 3:30 Monday for a short meeting in room 210.
Senator Thompson.
Announcement, Mr.
Please proceed.
The Senate Port and Marine Resources Committee will not meet today. We'll move our meeting to Monday at 3 o'clock in room 409.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finance will meet 5 minutes after recess in room 216.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Butler.
Yes, Mr. President, with unanimous consent, I would like to be added on yesterday's bill, Senate Bill number 33165.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jasnow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to remind the members of the Senate, if you are not going to be able to join us on Monday for our annual dinner at the Powerhouse, please let Becky Mercier know so that we can have a hard number to expect for the dinner. Thank you.
Senator Polk, for an announcement, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Business and Financial Institutions Committee will meet Monday at recess in room 409.
Business and Financial 409. Senator England. For what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Correction to a previous announcement.
Yes, sir.
After repolling the members, we are going to meet after finance today. Elections will meet after finance.
Thank you. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Due to the universities and colleges meeting being at 3:30, Economic Workforce Development will meet immediately following universities and colleges on Monday.
On Monday. Thank you, Senator. Okay, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess.
I'm sorry, Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Adjourned in memory.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I just learned that the father of Reverend Danny Hollins, a local area minister, passed away, and I'd like to adjourn in his memory.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Now, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. today, at which time the journal will reflect we're adjourned until 4 p.m. Monday.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess.